Okay, so good morning everybody, and welcome to the recommencement, if you like. the live coverage of the 2013 Race Department virtual 24 hours, which we've had our third server crash of the race. Early hours of the morning, getting things back underway with leader still being the RC.France Peugeot 908. It now, as they're going to be on the starting grid. Through. Looking at the leaders now from each of the classes, looks to me if we've got so far. Number 113 RC.France Racing Team 1 got in 2 in one category. Remember what the live timing says here. We've currently the satellite racing. Wait, again, correct. Because I'm really going on by what live timing says. I know that these guys order that they were on track when, in terms of physical track position, server crashed for the third time. Rafael Bohorodits, RC.France Peugeot, is leading leading the field behind the pace car, which has been driven at this point in time by Nero Sehovic. Yellow Paneos Esperante car. Get going once. So Sehovic will once again peel off into the pit lane. Back under green flag conditions once more. Punch the field up and get himself as close as he can to, which means that when they go, they will fire stern as they are right now. And there he goes. Sehovic peels off, and Bohorodits is going to floor the throttle through the final 2 chicanes, the 4 chicanes. Start and finish, and the virtual Le Mans 24 hours of RaceDepartment.com is back under green. The line goes Bohorodits now. Ready, the Audi of Lee Allen is carving its way past the GT2 car that was in front. It sprints away through the Dunlop S's over the crest, down the hill towards the S's once again, up bridge. Apparently we've had 2 server crashes through the night. Case fortunate that that's happened. Anyone's in the chat, fill me in on the other major developments in terms of driver retirements and major events involving certain cars, then feel free to do that, because I've been out of the loop since about 8:15-ish. Thereabouts. A lot of time has gone by. Nighttime stint. I thought, as I just finished work, a very long shift at work, and I'm not particularly too tired, I thought I would provide you guys with a bit of commentary. Not that this race is putting me to sleep, but look at the gap already that Bohorodits is red eagling already as he heads down Mulsanne. Back at the field. So it's now sorted itself out, so I can see exactly who's doing what. So currently leading then is the 113 RC.France Racing Team car, as we've already said a couple of times now. Rafael Bohorodits in second place now. Number 115 Skype by Tomek. 10th laps behind the leader. Further 2 laps behind the 107 Sim Race. Vereniging Netherlands car, SRV, currently being driven by Robin de Jong, up into 4th place after its earlier dramas in the Phoenix Motorsport. And 4th place and been driven by Casper Morton. Done 246 laps, 5 laps off the leader. In 5th place overall in P1, 6 laps off the leader is the 103 Feeder Sport Poland Peugeot, being there's Bogus. 6th overall in P1 is the number 105 Racing Peugeot, currently being driven by Liam. Then we've gone in 7th place. 7th place overall, and first in the P2 category is still the number 2 Acura, being driven at this point in time by Solborg, and that's actually ahead of its sister car in one, by number 109 Peugeot 908, currently being driven by 9th place and 2nd overall in P2 is 202 Simco Hungarian team, and that's been driven by Attila Kiss, and rounding out the top 10 overall, 3rd in P2 is the 204 Hell Racing team of Gabor Nemchak. Last top 3 for the other class well. It's the number 309 RC.co.uk. That currently being driven by Alexandra Amelo. 2nd place, the number 305 No Limit Motorsports Corvette, being driven by Michael Mueller. And place the number 310 Simco Hungarian team car, Daniel Toff. 2 are 3 for that category. Excuse me. 28th overall, 1st in GT 409 Sim Racing on the Porsche, recovering after its early troubles. Take the lead of the class, and it's Uno at the moment. 32nd in class, in 31st overall, with number 417 ORM Corsa, driven by Tiago Rodriguez. 3rd place it is 402 Brigatti. Go. Apparently I've got 1 or 2 issues. Might be just the fact that I'm not actually talking. I will try and fix it very, very quickly if you give me 2 seconds. Apologies for that. Okay, that should now be better because I've changed the mic settings. Apologies for that if there was 1 or 2 stuff in my mic there. Apologies for that. Didn't change it so it was picking up my voice at lower levels, because of course I'm trying not to talk too loudly because I don't want to wake up the other people sleeping in this house. So apologies for that if I seem a little quiet. And that is the case. So. Right then, moving on to what's going on in the race. Well, Rafael Bohorodets, after that restart, has absolutely just catapulted away from the rest of the pack, and he's doing a fantastic job so far. As he heads down, and into Mulsanne corner, and up towards Indianapolis and Arnage. Let's check in what the rest of these guys are doing. Robin de Jong is doing a pretty good job. He's now trying to get around Lee Allen, who is in the Audi R10 TDI. And he's pushing on to try and close the gap. Of course, the Robin de Jong car is currently in 3rd place in the class, and of course overall in the race. The Skype Racing team car is not actually setting very fast lap times. I can't actually see on the screen. It's the number 115 car. I think it's possibly in the middle of serving a penalty, because it's currently it's now got Christian Nalepa behind the wheel. Either that, or it didn't pick up the times when it was through, because of course how I see it on my screen is I see the fastest lap times, and that's how the field ordered for me on the screen, rather than the actual where they are on track. So it's a little bit different than me, but than how it would normally be. But there we go. So Nalepa is now chasing after the RC.France car. That car, as far as I can recall, as far as I'm aware, hasn't put a foot wrong all race, and that's an incredible achievement for one car to be able to do that. It's very rare that you get a. It's obviously. Oh, and that's. I'm just watching the 2nd place Sky Race team car got squeezed onto the grass by the Celine there. The only Celine in the GT1 category, as we've got a multitude of GT cars, GT1, GT2. Scrapping for track position, and Nalepa is now coming up behind Jimmy Hughes in the Roaring Pipes Maniacs Corvette, and Jimmy's holding the line as they head through Indianapolis, the banked left-hander, and then they'll head up towards the right-hander Arnage, and Nalepa dives inside and stamps the throttle pedal as he heads up towards the Porsche curves and towards the end of this lap. So we have covered in this race. We have covered a total of 253 laps. So we're on lap 254. This one currently, and let's see, we've got a couple of drivers coming through. One thing that I did notice we are missing, we've had a few retirements. Let's have a look. They're down in 9th and P2, the Daredevils racing team. I'm not sure what happened to them, but they've got Per Rosenly at the wheel. So that car has had some trouble since it was trying to make its way back up through the field after Lars Brugman, near the beginning of the first restart we had. About 10 minutes in, it blew the engine sky high by accidentally shifting down to third and put several thousand revs into it. And unfortunately, that was the end of that engine. So they had to rejoin the server, get it fixed, and they got that car back out there. But of course, it had lost 10 minutes, so they had to really push on, and it was in the hands of Matt Richards and then Javier de Carvalho. And they've done. Well, looks as though they got up to a certain point, but of course they've now had dropped further back. But as the sun begins to rise at Le Sarthe, the race continues on, and I'm just watching Christian Nalepa going past William Tringas in the SRS Acura LMP2 car. Let's have a quick look at how that's got on, where that's got to. It is currently, if we have a look on our screens, the SRS car is actually, it's up to 10th in class, and it's actually chasing after the aforementioned Daredevils racing team cars. So those cars are in a battle of position, and they're on the same lap at the moment. But on this lap at the moment, Rosenly is lapping 4/10 quicker than William Tringas at the moment. So that's in the first sector alone. What's interesting is that Lee Palmer has actually got past Jesper Tolborg, so it means that the P1 THR Peugeot is now ahead of the P2 THR Acura, but the P2 Acura is leading that class by pretty much a lap at the moment, so that's an impressive feat so far, still from Jesper Tolborg, who had a fantastic run. I do believe he also took part in the Virtual V8 Supercars this past evening, and I'm not 100% as to how he got on, but I'm not quite sure what the exact result was. It may have been a win for Jeffrey Rietveld, I'm not sure, but we shall wait and see. I might actually find that out in a moment for you guys. And of course, if you want to get in touch, you can get in touch by using the hashtag RDLMS if you are still up. If you are, then pat on the back, well done. If you've actually stayed up for the whole 24 hours, again, you deserve a cookie. Obviously, a hypothetical cookie, not a real one, if that makes any sense. Be quiet, Scott, you're just doing stupid. Anyway, this is what being up for quite a while does, Stu. It's 6:10 in the morning, and just trying to be quiet and such. And there comes the yawn. Anyway, let's see what else these guys are doing. Of course, they're fairly spread out at the moment. Let's see if we can find at some point, maybe possibly, a close battle on track at some point. So, one of the closer battles that I can see on track, if we've got something to follow, possibly, that's on the same lap. Ideally, we want two cars that are on the same lap. Let's have a look at this. Now, there is that battle that's going on for 9th and 10th between Daredevils Racing Team and SRS Racing for 9th place in P2. The rest of the pack are pretty much evenly spread out. The other closest battle are the two THR cars, but of course they are pretty much quite distant from themselves. In time, the THR Peugeot, his last lap was a 324.531 compared to Jesper Tolborg's 332.037, but the THR Peugeot had a pretty slow first sector, so whether or not that came into the pits and made a pit stop, if it has, then Obviously, it can't lost too much time. In fact, I don't know. In fact, I don't think it has, because it must have just gone up behind some traffic or made a mistake, because Lee Palmer is continuing on. I guess whilst the race is developing, we'll have a quick gander on Autosport, see what the latest news stories are coming through in the real world of motorsport. I'll try and find something sports car related, as this is a sports car race. Let's have a look. Possibly Grandam might have happened. Actually, no, it hasn't. hasn't happened. Let's have a look. Got Indy. Indy happened happening this weekend in Canada, and first race was held this past day, shall we say? And that victory was taken by. If you don't want to know who won the first IndyCar race, then mute your stream and put your fingers in your ears now. Done it. Good. And it was a victory for Scott Dixon, who became the first back-to-back winner of 2013. So I had no idea he won the race before, because the Indy cars went through the whole oval phase, because they went through. Of course, the last race was at Pocono, which is a quite intriguing one. I didn't watch too much of it, but Pocono is quite an intriguing track itself. It's got known as the tricky triangle, and you can blame it because it is in the shape of a triangle, 3 corners, a very wide front stretch as well. I remember seeing some of the old historic clips from 30-40 years ago with the IndyCar races. The front stretch is incredibly wide, and you just get maybe 4 or 5 wide off the start at least, and on the restarts in Indy cars and jump cars and cars of old. But Pocono, it's usually associated as a NASCAR circuit, for me at least. But to know that IndyCar race there I think that's actually pretty cool. But there we go. So Dixon won that first IndyCar race. David Larraise is very happy I mentioned the cookies. Wish I had some actually. Let's have a look. Of course, it's a little bit more. If I'm stumbling and maybe kind of struggling for things to talk about, mainly it's just the fact that I am currently on my own in the broadcast booth. So it's a little bit difficult to find things to talk about, but I will persevere. We'll try and not struggle through, but we'll try and do the best that we can with what we have. So the shadows are pretty damn long here at Le Mans, but of course they'll start to come through and what have you. And the rather touching memorial board that's been put up right on the exit of Tertre Rouge on the inside to commemorate the late Alan Simonson, who unfortunately lost his life in an accident in which he sustained injuries that he would eventually succumb to a couple of hours after the accident. And yeah, that was it was what overshadowed what I believe was a fairly, but it was a pretty decent race. And Aston Martin could have gone on and won that, but just fate seemed to didn't seem to deal them a good hand, and it was left to Tom Christensen to win Le Mans once again, and he dedicated it to Alan, and rightfully so. I felt one day into another. And watching for driver changes, Maurice Zondag has possibly handed over a car. Actually, in fact, let's quickly run down who's driving which car, and we'll go through the field as we can, because again, I'm the only one in the commentary booth, so we'll try and quickly run down who is where and who's driving what. So, currently leading the race, of course, is the RC France Peugeot. Currently driving that is Rafael Bohorodits. The second placed Sky Team Racing Peugeot, currently being driven, as we said, by Christian Nalepa. The third placed Peugeot, the SRVN car, currently being driven by Robin de Jong. The fourth placed car, which is the Phoenix Motorsport Peugeot, currently being driven by Casper Mortensen. Fifth placed machine is the number 103 Filia Sport Poland car, currently being driven by Mateusz Bogus. 6th is the 105 Satellite Racing Peugeot driven by Lee Allen. And 7th is another Peugeot, the 109 THR car driven by Lee Palmer right now. 8th place, the P2 Acura being driven by Jesper Tolborg. The Simco Hungarian team in P2 is next. That's the number 202 car being driven by Attila Kiss. The 3rd place P2 car is the number 204 Held Racing Team Hungary car being driven by Gabor Nemchak. In 4th in P2 is now the number 207 Emmy Racing car being driven by Bjorn Pettersson. 8th in P1, next car in the order, behind the 207 LMP2 cars, the number 106 ORM new car LMP1, which has been driven by Hilario Lopez. Then we've got the 5th place P2 car in the field, which is the number 215 MR Corsa machine being driven by Rafael Lobato. Then the 6th place P2 car follows that, the number 211 UK NL car being driven by Thierry Cheron. Then David Laraise, who I think has just got into the number 205 LSD racing car. And he's now, of course, in the 7th place in class P2 car. Moving into the GT1s. 16th overall, of course, is in fact the number 309 RC.co.uk racing team car, driven by Alexandra Amelo. The No Limit Motorsport Corvette number 305 is next in the order. That's being driven by Michael Mueller. Then next it's the 8th in class P2 machine, the number 206 LDDT Endurance Team car, driven by Jeremy Morano. Behind him in the order in 19th overall is the number 310 Simco Hungarian Team car being driven by Daniel Toth. Then in 20, running at the top 20 overall, I guess, is 4th in GT1, the number 301 Disturbed Motorsports car of Dennis Vischer. 21st overall and 5th in class, the number 307 Rare Endurance Team machine, and that's been driven by Ronald Cracked or Crashed. Then we've got the number 9th in class PC car, 22nd overall, the number 201 Daredevils Racing Team car. And that's, of course, a lot of people with the pace they were showing early on. They you would have possibly had a safe bet to put them as potential favourites for the victory, but after their engine troubles and having to struggle through the field and obviously other misdemeanors throughout the night, it's pushed them right the way back down the order, which is rather a shame. And behind them, of course, just some 34.5 seconds back, is the William Tringas SRS Racing number 209 Acura. Then more GT1s, 6th in class, 24th overall, the number 315 Skype Racing Team Corvette, being driven by Robert Flazinski. Then Maurice Zondag has taken over the number 303 F1 Cast Racing Lamborghini, the only Lamborghini in the field, 25th overall, 7th in class, as we said. In 8th in class, 26th overall, the number 304 Monster Energy Endurance car of Joel Demonceau. Then we've got the United X Sim Racing number 316 Celine, 27th overall, 9th in class, being driven by Jörg Langen. Then into the GT2s, 1st in class, 28th overall, the number 409 Sim Racing Holland car, driven by Dennis Duna. In 29th overall, 10th in GT1, the number 312 UK NL Racing Aston Martin, driven by Nigel Middleton. Then 11th in GT1, 30th overall, the number 308 Roaring Pipes Maniacs Corvette of being driven by Jimmy Hughes. 2nd in GT2 and 31st overall, the number 417 ORM Corsa machine of Tiago Rodriguez. In 32nd overall 3rd in GT2, the number 402 Brigata also car of Sander van Schaik, that's the Porsche. In 33rd overall and in P2, 11th in P2, the number 216 DR Motorsport car driven by Tanner Selby. And then 34th in overall, 4th in class. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon with the yawn now. I do apologise. Number 415 Sim Racing PL team car driven by Krishak Nizio. Then in 5th in GT2, 35th overall, the number 408 SRVN machine driven by Ger Peters. The 36th overall, 6th in GT2, the number 406 RMI Motorsport car driven by Magnar Hartman. Try saying that fast 10 times. Apologies, Magnar, no offense, man. Then with number 37 in 37th overall and 7th in GT2 with number 414 Satellite Racing car driven by Chad Simpson. 38th overall and 8th in class in GT2 with number 401 Black Road Racing car. That car really has slipped down the order, hasn't it? Because that car was up there leading the GT2 category and up there right with the front with the Sim Race Holland car, but fortunately that car really has had some problems. The Black Road Racing car, but currently driven by Gilles Sarrazins. And the last two cars in the field are both GT2 cars, of course. 39th overall and 9th in GT2, and number 418 DR Motorsport machine driven by Greg Hall. And rounding out the 40 cars that are still running are the 46 that started in 10th in class, but number 410 Team Mar Motorsport car being driven by Damon Patel. So there we go, that's the whole field. Where they sit. And if there are still anyone about in the chat, let's see some activity. Anyone else about? There's Struan Robertson saying he's had a good 10-hour sleep. It's lucky for some. I haven't had any sleep yet, so that's to come. I may potentially miss the finish, but I'll be taking a little trip to Dozyland since then. So that's probably well-earned rest because I've had a very not to sound like a well, you know what I mean. I generally have had a very long and hard night at work. A very big event was going on, and big drum and bass night. And yeah, it was just solid wub all night long, pretty much, for 6 solid hours, which it does knock you out. It does make you tired. It was very hot in there as well, very warm indeed. So I was very tired and very warm, and sorry to sound like a woman, but my feet hurt a lot as well from walking around and doing my thing as floor staff in the nightclub that I work in. Hope that may change soon with some better, something better coming along, if that's possible. But until then, we are here covering this race. Struan Robertson then puts Jordan made me near vomit earlier though. I'm not sure if I'm presuming he means Jordan Weeks. If that's the case, I'm not sure. I want to know what the reason why you almost vomited. I presume it was possibly maybe a disgusting picture or something along those lines which caused it. And so now we're moving into the phase of the race where, of course, cars are going to be affected. Of course, now we've had 3 server resets. Of course, any damage that cars would have sustained, of course, it gets pretty much completely reset. So, if cars were suffering from any kind of damage, then wasn't too much in the way of just repairing it when they restart the server. But looking back on my screen, see how they're getting on. A little bit brighter there now at the south. The sun's just starting to peep its way through, and the light of a summer dawn, a proper dawn at Le Mans. Let's see, who can we find on? Who can we find to follow that could be of interest at the moment? What about the number 2 one? The Jesper Tolborg Acura, leading P2. See if we can go on board with him. Just go on board with him for a bit and just ride with Jesper Tolborg as he heads down the Mulsanne, the last third of the Mulsanne straight. Now it's been split into 3 segments after those chicanes that were installed in about 1990, I think, either 89 or 90, one of those years. Hard on the brakes, up the inside of the Porsche, and out of it again. He's actually chasing down GT2 leader Dennis Duna in the Sim Racing of Holland Porsche, and the straight line advantage is obvious as he blasts by the first of these few kinks. Looks as though William Tringas has handed over the SRS Acura, and he is handed over to, who is he handed over to? We can find it. Well, that car's actually left the game. That car's completely left the game. So whether or not they're going to have a penalty at some point as a result of the car leaving the server. When they get any mistakes that these guys make, of course, you know, they're dreary-eyed. They had a long stints driving into the evening and through the night. Now we've got light once again as the morning starts to break, and Jesper Tolborg has done an incredible job. And I've always seen Jesper as someone who's more of a touring car driver. I've never seen him do too much sports car or endurance racing. But it is good to see Jesper doing fantastically well. And that GT2 Porsche did not give him too much room there. That was the Krzysztof Nizio driven number 415 Sim Racing PL Team Porsche. Now I'm seeing the driver swap that's going to be taking place for SRS Racing. Looks as though Oscar Hardwick is getting back into that car, and Oscar himself is a very rapid driver indeed. As Tolborg goes past Sandoval and Shake, let's go for a full lap then with Jesper Tolborg. So heading into the Dunlop S's. Left, then right, underneath the Dunlop Bridge, and down the hill we go towards the S's. Bring the car to the right hand side. Down a couple of gears, and again over the gradients, over the huge crest on the exit of the second part and the exit of the S's. Tertre Rouge, very fast right-hander in a modern-day World Endurance Championship car like the Audi or the Toyota. It's just a small lift, and then you just power through it. It's almost flat. It's pretty much almost flat. Before, of course, Le Mans prototypes of old would have to shift down and brake a lot heavier, and probably slightly sooner as well, in order to get that car around that corner. And then down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight, you get a chance to relax, you get a chance to look at your instruments, check your ratings on your tyres. How's the tyre wear looking? How's the fuel looking as well? What's the car condition like? What's your relative gap to everyone else? Got the car in front and the car behind. Excuse me. Second part of the Mulsanne, bring the car to the right hand side because you've got another heavy braking zone. And look at that, heading through there, they're roughly about 75, 80 odd miles an hour. They're exiting, just grabbing fourth as you straight line the car, as you get the car straight again on the exit of the second chicane. And then the car to the left hand side into top gear into sixth. Some 175, 180 miles an hour, possibly 185 right by the time we get to the braking zone here. And 190 almost, and hard down to second gear, clip the curb on the inside. And that's what I'm calling done. So we're pretty much we're at the furthest point of the course. And now we're starting to make our way back towards Indianapolis Narnage, so through this first very fast kink. And this section actually becomes the fastest part of the course because of the Mulsanne chicanes putting in. But I'm not so sure. I guess it depends on whereabouts in the circuit you really think you are. 311, 312, 313 Ks. And that was Jesper going through the right-hander right before Indianapolis, absolutely flat out. He had so much confidence in the downforce and the setup of the car and the feeling he had underneath him that he could just keep that throttle planted and it wouldn't make too much of a difference. Well, there may have been a slight lift because he did lose 1 or 2 kph. But he's now gone through Indianapolis, tucked right through the 90-degree right-hander of Arnage, and now we're heading back towards the pits. Starting off with the Porsche, this is now Maison Blanche. And now, this is Maison Blanche, this very fast right-hander. And now we enter the Porsche curves, incredibly faster than modern LMP1 or LMP2 car. It's such a fast sequence of corners. And it's always very crucial you have to get the line right here because it's key to get understeer, especially through that left-hander. Do this little right-left kink and up towards the final chicanes, the 4 chicanes. Flick left and right once, and again left and right again, all over the curves, and floor the throttle, and it's across the line at the end of the straight here. And that is 1 lap of Le Mans, as driven by Jesper Tolborg in the number 222 THR Acura LMP2. Bram Hengeveld can only dream of sleep, of course, because Bram Hengeveld is the man. He's the mastermind behind everything to do with Race Department, and I think Bram can be proud of the fact that this, despite despite the server crashes, that everything else has gone pretty smoothly for the Race Department. The one series, the commentary's been, I personally think, been pretty good, and I'm not just saying that because I've been commentating. I think we've had some brilliant commentators on. I think James Kirk did a good job in his stint, from what I believe. We've had Javier de Carvalho. We have had Ron Squire off as well. And moving forwards, a lot going on here, so, well, maybe not, but still. And of course, there have been rumblings of this being the last ever race on R Factor 1 at Race Department, because of course then the league will make the switch to the likes of R Factor 2 and potentially Assetto Corsa, possibly. But if that is the case, then, well, I'm pretty sure R Factor is going to be sorely missed, because it's been a faithful servant and a faithful base for a lot of the main R Factor championships and leagues, including Formula Sim Racing, since 2000 and since it came out in 2006. So I'm pretty sure that we all be sad to see it go, and it really has reached incredible heights. Has the sim. It is very much a sandbox simulator that effectively, you name it, someone has probably got ahead and made it, whether it be a car or a track or a plug-in or something to that effect. So vast is the R Factor modding community that, and the tools and the software at people's disposal, it really does boggle the mind at some of the fantastic creations, one of which I believe includes this version of Le Mans that we're running, because the version that we're running is the one that was equivalent to the Le Mans circuit used between 1991 and 1996. So this is one which was made and which was put together by the boys at Virtua LM. Now, if that's a name that rings familiar, it should, because if you guys were fans of Group C, you'll know that those guys made the Prototype C mod for F1 Challenge 99 to 2002, and that for me was one of my favourite mods of all time on any racing game, because I love the Group C era. I love the Group C sports cars. It was sort of an era that I grew up watching and learning about, and it was that era that led to my favourite race car of all time, and it is the Peugeot 905, or the 905B to be exact, the car which won the 1993 Le Mans 24-hour race, which to me is probably my most favourite Le Mans, even though I would only have been 2 years old at the time. I love it because of the fact that the video which was released, the review video, had some really fantastic commentary snippets from Radio Le Mans that year. So you had Ian Titchmarsh and Paul Truswell, and you also had people like John Hindhoff. James Allen was part of the crew. Martin Haven was as well. So a lot of big kind of motorsport commentators and presenters and announcers were all involved that year, and it was a great spectacle. It was Peugeot versus Toyota. Of course, it was the last year that the Group C category was to exist. Of course, there wasn't a World Championship at all, because that had dissolved, because the introduction of the 3.5 litre formula had pretty much made it financially unviable for teams to get involved and provide either a custom Group C sports car, or at least a works effort. And they were F1 cars at the time with closed bodywork. In those days, the 91, 92 cars. And one of those cars was in fact the Jaguar, I think it's the XJR 14, I think. It's the one which was designed by Ross Brawn. And what was quite intriguing, I didn't actually know this until I read a piece, an article recently, is that the car started out in life, of course, Jaguar. Now, in 1992, the chassis was given to Mazda, or the actual car itself was given to Mazda, or the bodywork was, and they renamed it the Mazda MX-R01, and it didn't use a rotary engine. They'd been banned by the ACO. They did in fact use a Judd engine, so it was a little bit of a far cry from the Cosworth tuned machine, I'm guessing, that was in the back of that car originally. The car was then raced, and part of it was attempted to be developed by the guys at Jaguar in America when they ran their IMSA Sports Car series, and it didn't really work. And they couldn't. The car was fast, but it was never really very reliable, from what I understand. And then, amazingly, Tom Walkinshaw kept hold of the shape, and what happened was that Porsche. That's I'm giving it away now. That Jaguar eventually turned out to be a Le Mans winning Porsche prototype. Now, what I mean by that is that if you guys remember back in 1996, 1997, the Porsche prototypes, the Porsche Spider cars or LMP cars. Excuse me again for yawning. I apologise about that. The regulation, what happened was that they took pretty much the Jaguar body. They made one or two modifications to it to make it look a bit more aerodynamic and for it to work properly. And that's the car which resulted. I think it was called either the WSC 95 or the WSC 97 or whatever it was called, but it won Le Mans 2 years on the trot, 96 and 97, both I think with Michele Alboreto at the wheel, which is an incredible feat in itself. So that's pretty fat and impressive. I think also that was the first ever victory at Le Mans for Tom Christensen, the first of his many victories, which is again another incredible feat of the modern era in sports car racing. And I feel like going to sleep because I'm quite tired. I haven't got anyone else yet in the commentary box with me just yet, so maybe try and hand over a bit whilst I get some sleep. Let's see, we've got any more chats in here as well. I'm not sleepy at all yet, says Gil Dehan. The race is still long, so a lot can happen. That is very true indeed, Gil Dehan. The race is long, we've still got plenty of time left for something dramatic to happen. You know, the leader might, I don't know, cut a tyre or a puncture or something, or have his rear suspension collapse, or something happen. But whatever happens, if it does happen, not when, if it happens, it'll be rather unfortunate. Right now, all we can do is just grin and bear it. Now then, what's intriguing is that I've just seen the fastest lap times, the current fastest man out on track in terms of the fastest time overall from each individual car is in fact the number 104 Phoenix Motorsport Peugeot, and it now has Casper Mortensen back at the wheel. He's the man that started the car, and that car is doing pretty well indeed as it currently circulates in the race. If can find it. There is in 4th place overall and in P1. And itself is actually 5 laps off the lead. So, not what they want to try. They are definitely trying to push on and catch up. The gap between Mortensen and De Jong is it's in fact 2 minutes 57 seconds. It's gone there by half a second since I've just seen it. So that car is something which is going to be an amazing piece of engineering. I'm not telling you what I'm saying because I'm just that tired. I really feel like I need to go to sleep for a bit, and I probably will do that in a second. If just an appeal, if there is anyone who is in the chat or is listening, possibly in TeamSpeak or whatever, then feel free to kind of have a chat. Of course, we'd like to get if you've been out there driving, we'd like to get your thoughts on how the race has gone for you, what you're expecting for the final few hours, history, other bits and pieces about the car. So, I realise I'm almost falling asleep here. My eyelids become rather heavy at the moment, so yeah. If anyone has anything in the chat, if anyone wants anything you think we can discuss, if anyone, actually that's something for the chat. Which of all the years that you've watched sports car racing or enjoyed it at all, enjoyed motor racing, which Le Mans prototype doesn't have to be Le Mans winning, just something that at least took part at Le Mans or in the World Sports Car Championship, for which Le Mans was part of for many years, and of course, it's part of the Race Department Le Mans series, of course, as its 5th round. Fifth and final round, of course, and double points get awarded for this race as well. So we shall keep our eyes peeled for that one. Yes, morning David, I can see you. David just popped in the chat, morning guys, in brackets, morning Scott, and a winky smiley face. I'm not sure whether I should be worried or just take it on Chinna's banter. Or just take it on Chinna's banter, but never mind. But yes, good morning David, hopefully you are well. Hopefully everything is all, well, almost, if you like, plain sailing at THR. Of course, if you do want to get involved, of course, with the conversation as well, you can also tweet us as well. Just use the hashtag RDLMS. That will get you, I think, possibly either a free ebook or 100%. I haven't looked at it properly, but should definitely be very interesting. I think actually what I may actually do is, I think I definitely do need to get some sleep. I know some people say sleep is for the weak, don't sleep, but honestly, when your body's that tired, and I've done a shift as hard as I ever work, I think I definitely do deserve a nap at least. So I may jump off in a second, but obviously jump off. So you can't hear my snoring because it's well, I don't snore. I don't snore. I know that for a fact because I haven't been told that I don't snore, but I don't know if I naturally snore anyway. But I don't believe I do. Anyway, on forward. Let's have a look. So yeah, I'm actually gonna go to grab some sleep now. So I thought I'd just pop in quickly and just give it a little bit of commentary whilst really early hours in the morning and do the best I could. Hopefully it's been entertaining to say the least in some shape or form. If it has, then that's been a success. If not, then oh well. There we go. Let's have a look. Good morning to Bram Hengevel as well, who's in the chat as well. Jordan Weeks saying, "Why am I so bad?" As in referring to himself. I'm not sure. Ben Warren has also said he's woken up about 10 minutes ago. He's just about to head out onto track for SRS racing, so this will be an experience. James Reese says morning, and he's got either questioning the fact that it is actually morning, or he's wondering why Bram Hengevel. James actually says it was more like afternoon. I can't blame them, to be honest, because the way the light works at the moment in England, you look at 5 o'clock in the morning, it looks more like 7 or 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, which is absolutely ridiculous. But oh well, there we go. So yes, in some ways a little bit selfishly. Have we got the main contenders for P1 in the pits? We have, in fact. Captain Mortensen has just made a pit stop, but also we've got Robin de Jong and also Rafael Pahorodits are both in the pits. So Pahorodits has just left, making his pit stop. Robin de Jong is still going. And we'll wait for him to come out of the pits and see where he joins. There he goes. So Robin de Jong heads out of the pits and back onto track here at Le Saf. And off he goes. So with that, I'm actually going to pop off now and grab some sleep. I've been set up quite a few times now, but I'm actually going to go right now. So if I am around to see the finish, then that's fantastic. If not, well then whoever ends up winning the race, I will give my advanced congratulations and thorough respect for being able to make the strategy work, and to really push on and be able to make sure they can get one extra stop. But yeah, this is a rather sleepy Scott Woodward signing out for the moment at least. And please do enjoy the continued coverage of this year's 2013 virtual Le Mans series and the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans. But until then, I'm going to pop off to sleep. So I suppose you can say instead of saying good night, I might as well say good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the RDLMS series. I apologise for no commentators be here, but I will now take you through till the next 2 hours. If you have any questions at all, then please tweet us at RDLMS. That's hashtag RDLMS, and I'll be more than happy to take any questions from anybody. What I should really do now is take you through the standings of each class, the top 3 of each class. So in P1, with 286 laps, it's Jimmy Dion in the RC France Racing Team P1 car. Second place, it's, sorry for the pronunciation, it's Magic Pasnicki. A couple of laps down at the moment. That's the Skype Team Racing car. And in third place, it's Sim Racing SRVN with Jan Wim Ensing in the car. That's P1 classification. And in P2, we have THR at the front and we have someone in the booth at the moment. Oh, it's James Johnson yet again. Carrying on from last night's tradition. So, how have things been in the THR camp?
Worst. When we left it off last night, it's pretty much.
Okay, so obviously I've been asleep, being lazy. Can you tell me the details of what's happened? I understand there's been a couple of server crashes during the night.
Yep, there's been 2 server crashes. We're now 15 laps down on the leaders instead of just 5. 45 minutes worth of penalties in the past overnight. A crash on the formation lap after the first server crash, and then being taken out by a GT, and then there's been numerous other things going on. So we've been in the pits about 7-8 times now. So yeah.
That's amazingly bad luck. One thing that I did notice a few moments ago is Chris Butcher went in the pits, I believe, with a puncher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got taken out by a P2, and then they sideswiped us again afterwards. I don't know what happened, but that's what I've been told. I've reported it, so I just leave it up to them now. I don't know what else I can do. It's just pretty much summed up our race. Everyone just seems to want to take us out.
Yeah, you got a big target all around the car, it sounds like to me. Just like constantly, right, we're going to have him.
Yeah,
have him
I think I should just create a skin with targets on it.
Yeah.
If you hit 1 point, you get 100 points, you know.
Yeah.
50 for a side hit and about 25 for a front hit, you know.
Yeah, and about 1,000 for the roof, because
yes,
there's going to be some point they're going to hit the roof at some point. It sounds like at some point, but that's
probably the only bit that hasn't been touched.
Yeah. So as I said, maybe you're still P6 out of satellite, and what else is there?
Well,
ironically,
we can still say we finished 1 place ahead of where we started.
Yeah. After all the amazingly bad luck that you've had.
We can still say we finished 1 step ahead, 1 place ahead of where we started. So.
Yeah. So another person who's joined us is Jordan Weeks in the booth. How are you?
Hello, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. Just waking up. But how was the stint for your team being through the night?
It's been reasonably okay, in fact. After the restart of the server, just been going through the drivers. As soon as I got to my stints, I kind of accidentally blew my engine, which is. But then afterwards, I drove 4 hour stint. 4 hour stint. Pretty much.
Yep.
Felt okay. The car to me, it was better at night than in the day. The way it handled, but yeah, it's been an up and down since for me and for everyone else, but it's been reasonably okay at the moment.
Right, so it seems to be mixed fortunes up and down the pit lane, it seems to me, because the server crashes as well. That hasn't helped people, so that obviously puts you off. When in a situation like that, what are you thinking? And this is to either James or Jordan. What are you thinking as a driver you know, when you come back out on the track, what are you sort of thinking to yourself? It's like, oh, I can push on from here.
In my case, I was just tired, so yeah. It was just, oh god. It was just when you're sitting around doing nothing, you start to get tired, and it's more of a drain than actually doing the driving.
Yeah, for me, actually, I do get quite annoyed with the server crashes because when you're in a rhythm of driving where you're doing consistent lap times, you're liking the way the car handles, and you're able to do and overtake cars cleanly, it's like as soon as the server crashes, it just ruins your rhythm. And also, on the second crash, and we unlapped ourselves from the Netherlands car, but on that same lap, the server crashed. So, of course, I think how the admins do it, they'll go back the previous lap. So we're again a lap down. So we lost all that time. And yeah, but it's so frustrating at times with server crashing. It can either benefit you or give you a disadvantage. For the last two crashes, it was being a disadvantage for us, sadly.
Yeah. Well, that's disappointing, obviously. I'm delighted to say that we've been joined by another person. It seems to be a flurry of activity down in the broadcast channel. Sorry for the pronunciation, because I have no idea. Alvin Nieves?
Yep, you got it correct, sir.
So, how have you performed during the night, you or as a team? Everything? How's
Well,
things been?
fortunately for us, since I live here in the United States, while most of the people were tired, I was basically running fresh, relatively fresh, so I was able to drive during the night without much problems. Also, Theo, my teammate Theo, also did a couple of stints during the night. We have been running relatively well. We could have been fighting more for a podium position, maybe for the win on P2. Unfortunately, we have been plagued by many disconnections during driver swaps, and unfortunately that has us in 6th place right now, running at the moment.
Yeah, the UKNL racing, I believe, then.
Yes,
Sort of
that
thing.
one.
Because I know the your feeder team, the GT1 team, had a few problems earlier on during yesterday evening. They had a few problems, I noticed, but I believe they're back in it now.
Yeah,
they
they've been struck with bad luck from the start of the race. With many disconnections. Fortunately, some people not being that patient with when they are on the track, and when they try to overtake, they're just no patient, and they collide with them, and they've had to repair many times. They've had lots of problems during this race.
So I noticed that they've just disconnected now. I see on my screen at the moment, but this question to both yourself and James: what's your targets now? Because obviously you've struggled up. You've no disrespect, but you struggled, have problems during the race. What's your target now? Is it just to finish the race now? Because that'd be a big achievement in itself. Or do you aim to sort of push on, get maybe a top 5, maybe get a podium if necessary? Because there's still a lot of time to go. What's that, about just under 6 hours to go?
Push on, beat satellite racing. That's pretty much it, I think.
I'll say first and foremost, just right now at the stage we are, just finish the race.
Okay, that is, well, yeah, it's still a pretty good achievement just to finish a 24-hour event, because it's obviously long and tiring, and if I couldn't do it, that's for sure. I'll just go into the I'll just see if we've got any questions or anything. shout out to the boys running in the UK and our racing cars. Gutted I couldn't even be part of this one even for a single stint. That's from Troy Yan, I think. Apologies for the pronunciation there.
Yes, he was supposed to drive in the P2 car. Fortunately, real life stuff came in first, and he had to miss the whole race.
Yeah, so if anyone's listening, then please get any questions. I'm sorry for my bad commentary, but it's like have me or have no one else. So for this time of day, so it's like, oh, you got to put up with me instead. So has anyone got anything to say? Anything to report now or?
Not really. I should probably go back up. I'm in the car next, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, very best of luck, James.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully your team don't have any more troubles to the end, but
Fingers
knowing
crossed.
you have the worst luck in the world. So.
Yep.
Well, at least it's not a 9-hour stint.
Well, yeah. I guess.
Okay. Well, very best of luck, and I
Okay.
wish your P2 division best of luck as well.
Okay, they're doing great, so.
Yeah, I know. I saw they're in the lead at the moment in their class.
Yep.
I believe.
At least we got something going on. They're just taking all our luck, you see?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh well, I'll see you
Okay.
later then.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, a question that I did want to put out to people is, what is your favourite Le Mans of all time, really? You know, we've obviously been a lot of Le Mans over the years. There was obviously Ford winning with the GT4 on the trot back in the 60s. So I just really want to ask, what's your favourite time, race era of Le Mans, really? Because obviously there's been many different cars, different inventions, innovations, races over the years, of course. So I'd just like to put it out to people. What's your favourite Le Mans of all time? And you can tweet us on hashtag RDLMS, or if you're watching on the YouTube page as well, you can put questions in there as well. Or if you really want to, then you can pop down to have a interview, meeting, chat down with me in the booth as well. So I'm just going to look now, see if there's any incidents or anything on the track. Hopefully not, but there has been a lot. Has been a lot since we started. Nothing to report so far on the track. Only the GT2 car in the pits at the moment. The OM calls the Porsche in the pits. So yeah. But I've got a lot of incidents so far this race, so that's correct. Hopefully we'll have a good end to the meeting, end to the race. So Alvin, yeah. Sorry about this.
Yeah, just say Alvin. It's good. It's okay.
That's okay. I was going to ask you a question, but I don't know what I was going to say. It's gone completely out of my head. So, yeah. One thing I was going to talk about, actually, was the big Formula 1 debate. And actually, something that I thought was quite controversial is that the pit lane reporters and technical analysis like Ted Kravitz and Gary Anderson are not allowed to be in the pit lane. I'll read you a quote from good old trusty BBC website. It says, Formula 1 has banned television reporters and cameramen from the pit lane for all on-track sessions at Grand Prix. The move, well, because there was obviously the incident at the German Grand Prix where the cameraman had a wheel hit him, so obviously broke his collarbone and had other injuries, cracked ribs, etc. But what I think personally, I think it's just a bit of an over-the-top reaction to a very rare incident personally. I don't know what you think, Alvin, if you're an F1 fan.
Yes, I I do follow Formula One. I gotta say, usually I know that for you, for most of you guys, it's when you watch Formula One, it's more in the afternoon. Me, on the other hand, I gotta be awake at 7 in the morning on a Sunday, and I typically say if I'm gonna wake up on Sunday morning, it's not for going to church, it's to watch Formula One first and foremost. So, speaking about that, now that pit reporters are not allowed in pit lane, I found that kind of to be a little bit over the top. It's, I think it's not. It's something that shouldn't be done that way. There's always a risk involved being in pit lane where you're a pit reporter or a mechanic or a crew chief. Basically, whoever is in pit lane, they know that there's a risk involved being there. So with that said, I think it's a. I don't think it's okay to basically ban all media from being on pit lane during a race. I think, yeah, they should have set some limits. Like for example, most of the teams, whenever there's a pit stop, typically they tell all the cameramen and reporters to please make space for the car that is coming right now. So that's okay. Perhaps putting a helmet, making a helmet mandatory to everybody that is in pit lane should have been enough. But yeah, I really don't like the idea of having pit reporters have banned from pit lane as it is right now.
I mean, one of the things that frustrated me was, there's been one incident. I know it's obviously health and safety is paramount in Formula One, but it's one very rare incident, and I just think if they was to wear the same things as all the pit mechanics and stuff, like the fireproof clothing and everything like that, and the helmet, as you say, I think it'd be I think that's a step forward, and we wouldn't have to not have any pit reporters. And I always like to hear what's going on down in the pit lanes. There's obviously a lot of controversy down there, but no, I just think it's a disappointment. But I'll stop that conversation right now because I'm delighted to say that Jimmy Hughes has joined us in the booth. So I'll say to every driver that comes down here, how's it been for you and your team during the night?
Yeah, there's been a few issues during the night. I went away to have a little bit of rest around midnight after my previous stint, and came back, and I think Christopher had a disconnection in the night, so we lost a bit of time there. And I think he also had an incident which meant he had to escape back to the pits, so we dropped back down the order. But it's been a good learning experience. It's been my first RaceDepartment Le Mans, first endurance race of this sort of nature. So having a really good time, having a blast. I've had 7 hours in the car now, so it's going well.
Yeah, I think when it's your first one, you sort of excited, but you're nervous at the same time. You sort of don't know what's going to happen as well. So obviously you're well known for being a great driver in other series like touring cars, etc., in other series and other leagues. But it's some sort of buzz that you have when it comes to something like the Le Mans 24 hours. So how was it for you, sort of preparing for this event?
It took a bit of time to get used to the cars. It's the first time I've driven the GT ones and any sort of GTs in R Factor. So I've had to put in quite a lot of work just to be able to keep on the track, really. But no, I have been looking forward to it for a while, and it's been a thoroughly enjoyable event. I'll definitely be back for the next one in whatever form it takes, with R Factor departing probably next season. Yeah, it's been really, really good.
Well, yeah, I mean, go back to what you said about not really driving a GT car before. I tested a GT2 Ferrari around a circuit in, I think it was Alton Park, and it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare for me. I mean, I haven't got the skill to even drive. a little car, let alone a big GT car. So it was a nightmare for me. I couldn't do this, that's for sure. But go back to what you said about the platform. I hope R Factor 2 does an endurance series at some point, or in fact any big series at some point. I mean, it's going to happen at some time, I believe, in the long, not too distant future. So, I mean, R Factor's a great platform, but R Factor 2 obviously bring new things like obviously the weather and other things, other stuff like that. So it'd be fantastic to see R Factor 2. I think. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah,
If it's going to be R Factor 2 that we use.
I would agree that R Factor 2 would be a great platform to start from, yeah, for going forward. I think the weather that it would bring to the table would really add an extra element to it. And yeah, the cars are great to drive from the experience I've had before. I've driven some of the GTs and that before. In fact, I've got a lot more experience with the R Factor 2 GTs than I have R Factor 1. And yeah, as soon as they do get a decent endurance platform set up, it'll be definitely good going forward.
Yeah, one thing I love about Le Mans as well, in particular, is the atmosphere that it brings. It brings, particularly at night. You just see all these different noises from different cars. You get high revving LMP2 cars. You get the big growly V8s and the high revving V8s in the GT, and then you get the old diesels going along. But it's absolutely fantastic. I love Le Mans. Obviously, you guys must love it as well. Doing
Yeah,
this
sure.
event. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what I'll quickly do is just go through the standings for each class. Just quickly, it's only a few minutes since I did last week, but I don't know if there's any updates. So it's still Jimmy Dion in the lead car for the RC France Racing team in the P1 class. So they're leading. It's still Skype Team Racing in P2. And SRVN in third place in the P1 class, a couple of laps behind Skype. P2 class, still THR with David Gunt in the car, leading P2 class at the moment, with Dinko Hungary team in second place, and the Hull Racing Team Hungary car with David Horvath in the car, 3 laps behind the leader in third place. In the GT1 class, we have the another RC Racing Team car leading the class now. So I think they've overtaken No Limit Motorsports there. So Jonathan Dion in the car for them, and No Limit Motorsports are indeed in second place at the moment. Robert Goldiker in the car, they're a lap behind. And Simco Hungarian team with Tamats Kets, sorry for the pronunciation, they're in third place in the GT1 class. Finally, GT2. There's still Sim Race of Holland leading with Wilfred van der Brink in the car, so they've been leading for most of the race, I believe now. Second place in the class, quite a way back actually, is ORM Corsa with Marcus Mendes in the car. And third in class is Brigata also. So, yeah, very spread out actually in GT2. Sim Race of Holland has 6-lap advantage. Yes, they do. 6 laps ahead, so it's looking good for them, that's for sure. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 3. I'm not sure what that's about. I'm just going to have a look now. Nothing I can see of at the moment. I must have missed it, but oh, actually, there's a very slow car there. Diego's still, oh no, accelerating away again. He was going very slowly in the ORM new car P1 machine, but actually, I don't know what's happened. Actually, they're going very slowly. The engine just died on that car, so I think they've turned ignition on. Must be running out of fuel. Or something. Something's definitely wrong with that car. They turned the engine off, restarted it, accelerated up to 4th gear and just stopped again. So, but they're still rolling on the track. Very strange. But anyway, while that's happening, Have you guys got any questions to answer me, or any information?
No, I don't have
No?
anything right now.
Okay, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the finish of this race. That is for sure. I won't be able to see the end, but I'll definitely read the results when I get home, and hopefully there'll be a commentator better than me in the booth at some point.
You're doing a fine job, David.
Vote of confidence. Yeah, I'll just see if we've got any questions that anyone's answered in the chat room. I'll just try and find it first. I can't seem to do. And it's got to be streamed. There we are. There we go. Here we go. So Chad Simpson says, finished a double stint in the Sacknut GT2, finally a full stint without any problems and gaining on the cars ahead, so well done to him and the team. So yeah, that no one else seems to have any questions at the moment, so let's go back to seeing if there's anything on track. And the engine is still turned off on Silver's car in the ORM P1 car, so there's definitely a problem with that car. That's for sure, and there's a lot of traffic coming up ahead. They all avoid him. So, yeah, I think it's just rolling back to the pits. There's definitely a problem with that car. Now he's turned the engine back on again, but going very slowly indeed. It must be a fuel problem, I would have thought. Say goodbye there to Alvin Nieves. I wish him all the best of luck. That is for sure. No, so I'll go on to the next topic I was going to talk about, and that's Pirelli. Obviously getting a lot of criticism and stick from from the teams and some media, but is it really their fault that they're having all these tyre blowouts? I don't know what you think, Jimmy.
Yeah, it is an interesting debate actually. I mean, on the one hand, you on the safety grounds, you cannot have a tyre that's just going to let go like we saw at Silverstone for so many people. You know, it's just dangerous, not only for the driver that's having the delamination or blowout, or whatever you want to call it, but also for anyone following behind them, because the carcass of the tyre definitely has quite a substantial weight to it, and it wouldn't want to be following a car at 200 mile an hour and have that come up and hit you on the helmet. But then on the flip side, Pirelli have been asked to make a tyre that's going to provide good racing, that's going to have a dramatic drop off to it. So it's all about finding the balance, but clearly something needs to be done about it, because as it stands, or certainly as it was at Silverstone, it's just unsafe.
Well, I know from my point, obviously they changed from the Kevlar belt to the steel belt beforehand, and I think that certainly had an effect, because obviously it's a different, well, I wouldn't say the steel melted, but there's obviously different quantities and different effects with the steel belt in it, and obviously they reverted back to the Kevlar belt 2012 design of the tyre for the German Grand Prix, and I'm happy to say that seemed to have solved it, certainly for that race. But I know at Silverstone that it was running over a curb as well, that Gary Anderson actually pointed out in the BBC, on BBC, the website. It was a very sharp curb that where Felipe Massa had his spin, and that potentially damaged the sidewall of the tyre. Now,
yeah, I mean,
would that have had an effect, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it may well do. It obviously it's a different tyre which hadn't been run there previously, but you also sort of got to think that you know they've been going there however many years they've been going to Silverstone, or pretty much since I'm pretty sure the first championship Formula 1 race was held at Silverstone. Obviously different layout, but they've been using that layout for some time now, and the cars have always been using that curve. The curve itself, I don't think, has been redesigned, so obviously it's a slightly different tyre to the 2012 one that's going over it, but Yeah, it is a strange one. It must have had some effect, um, given the position on the track where all the blowouts were occurring. But yeah, strange one. I think the true test will be when we get back to some more of the high load circuits, because Nürburgring doesn't have the same sort of long high speed corners as Silverstone does.
One place would certainly be if they go to Spa this year, and also Monza. They got some high-speed corners, a couple of high-speed corners around Monza. That could have an
Yeah,
effect as well, but hopefully we won't see it again.
yeah,
Another thing also was obviously teams, particularly like Red Bull, Ferrari, and Red Bull and Mercedes in particular, they was not really sticking to the guidelines as well. And surely surely it's partly their fault for not sticking to the guidelines in the first place and pushing the boundaries of the tyre, pushing the edge of the envelope, so to speak. That's what I think as well. It's not all down to Pirelli.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, if they're not sticking within the recommended guidelines, be it tyre pressures or cambers or and whatever factors that they're not sticking to after they've been told by Pirelli, it's for sure they've got to take some responsibility. But that's always been the case in Formula One and any form of motorsport, where they're just pushing the limits of what they can get away with a bit further and a bit further. And the only way with that to tell is just keep doing it until eventually something goes wrong. And it's always been the way, be it with engine developments or chassis or suspension or whatever part of the car's being developed. You're always pushing to find out where the limit is and see exactly how much you can get away with. And unfortunately, quite a few of the big teams and some of the lower teams as well have been going beyond the limits. But yeah, for sure they need to listen to what Pirelli are telling them in the first place.
Yeah, it's obviously disappointing seeing all those blowouts, not just at Silverstone, but there's a few obviously earlier on in the season where Lewis Hamilton had that blowout at Bahrain during, I can't remember if it's practice or qualifying now, but that was a start, and they never solved the problem. And I remember when Mercedes had that tyre test, and Lewis Hamilton came out and said that we did all those laps and all those miles for that, and they didn't even change the tyres. So yeah, I hope it gets resolved. So at some point, hopefully it's already been resolved at the German Grand Prix. But we'll obviously see where there's higher energy, high speed tracks do come along. So yeah, hopefully it all gets resolved as soon as possible. But I'll just check something now actually, because I'm not sure when we're going over to part 6 of this broadcast on the YouTube page. I'll just quickly have a look at that, because I don't want people to miss any part out. Oh no, we've got quite a bit to go. So we're all safe for the moment. So